first base. Batting ninth, designated hitter number 31, Angel Velez. Starting pitcher this evening is number 8, Matthew Myers. Starting lineups for College of Central Florida. Batting first, the shortstop number 12, N.J. Williamson. Batting second, the third baseman number 2, Luke Heyer. Batting third, first baseman number 4, John Casala. Batting fourth, the designated hitter number 33, Levi Hollingsworth. Batting fifth and catching number 17, Will Reddick. Batting sixth, the left fielder number 22, Connor Cryle. Batting seventh, the right fielder number 7, Evan Holland. Batting eighth, the second baseman number 10, Ryan Knowles. And batting ninth, playing center field number 3, B.J. Armand. Tonight's starting pitcher number 23, Cooper Wallace. Umpires for tonight's game. Behind home plate will be Rob Healy. Down the first base line, Casey Sanchez. And down the third base line, A.J. Dukes. All right, let's play ball.
Well, folks, this game was scheduled for 7 o'clock. It is 10:33, so 3.5 hours behind schedule thanks to Mother Nature. And unfortunately, Mother Nature is one thing you can't do anything about. Cooper Wallace starts off on the hill for the Patriots of the College of Central Florida. And starts off with a strike. Second pitch is a ball. That ball tapped to third, but off his foot, so a foul ball. Manny Rodriguez looks to be okay. If you play long enough, you've taken a lot of those off the inside of your foot. That one hit foul. That pitch, foul again. The third base coach for Eastern Florida with a nice play. College of Central Florida, a wild card team in this tournament. They got in beating Miami-Dade 10-6. Coach Marty Smith. Assistant coaches for the Patriots, Zach Bove, John Cannonsfield, and Chris Smith. Eastern Florida runners-up in the Southern Conference. They're coached by Jeff Tam, assistant coaches Jose Soto, Roman Restrepo, and Jason Broussard. Good eye from Rodriguez and a good at-bat so far. That one hit hard between the 5-6 hole, a base hit for Rodriguez to start this game for Eastern Florida. Rodriguez came in a .348 hitter. Showed good discipline at the plate there, fouling off some pitches and waiting for one he could handle and hitting it out to left field for a single. I'm Scott Jamison, and I'll be here with you for the duration. Tyler Allen on the computer, Sarah Shira on the camera. It has been a long day full of rain and wetness. The grounds crew has done a great job getting the field in playing condition. Now Norberto Navarro will bat, the second baseman. Navarro, .349 hitter. Cooper Wallace throws over. Wallace at .358 ERA. Safe on the pickoff attempt, very close. We're not able to really quickly enough get the camera over there. We're not going to have this inner field camera tonight. The rain has washed out that area back there. So just the one camera setup. Lefty Cooper Wallace 9-3, .358 ERA. Led the team in innings at 93, struck out 86. Runner goes, throw down, safe. Got that left hand and slid to the outside of the bag. just beat the throw. And I don't know what the call is. Waiting to see. So they got interference on the batter. On the attempt to throw down, it looks like. So they make the runner
Number 17, Vincent Capra.
make the runner go back and call the batter out, I guess is what the call is. Good lead at first for Rodriguez. First pitch, a strike from Cooper Wallace. Wallace started 13 games for Coach Marty Smith. Should he go 7 tonight, he would reach 100 innings pitched for the season. Pitch down. And the count even at 1-1 with one out. Rodriguez at first. He singled to start the game. Norberto Navarro called out on interference, interfering with the throw down to second. Rodriguez stole second but had to go back. One hit high. There is a lot of room in foul territory. Makes the catch and slipped. Oh, he dropped it. Oh, he did drop it. I couldn't see because of the netting right there. Oh my goodness. No wonder it looked like he slipped. It dropped and hit him on the chest. I guess I should have been watching Sarah's great camera work and I would have been able to see that instead of trying to watch it. I was trying to, oh, it just dropped in between him? Oh, it did hit him, okay. I'm just gonna start watching the computer screen because that netting gets, it's tough to see right there. I thought he caught it and then slipped a little bit, but new life now for Vincent Capra. Hits another one high. Left fielder coming on again, catches this one, so redeems himself. And 2 outs. Sammy Duran will now bat.
Number 11, Sammy Duran.
Duran leading hitter for Eastern Florida at .401, 81 hits and 202 at-bats in the regular season, 5 triples, 9 doubles, 4 home runs, 37 RBI. Popped out to right, foul. It'll be tough to reuse a lot of these baseballs. They're going to get wet. Ground still damp. Field drains very well. Actually came back from about over a 2-hour rain delay to finish the Northwest Florida Broward game. Northwest Florida won 7-5. Broward eliminated from the tournament. And then the sky opened back up, so they covered the pitcher's mound in the home plate area. And the rain finally let up. They put a bunch of quick dry turfist type stuff out on the field and getting back after it. That one hit hard. The breaking ball waited back on it, but the left fielder right there to make the play. So Duran just missed it. Fly out. F7. That ends the top half of the first. College of Central Florida will send the top of their order, Williamson, Heyer, and Casala to the plate when we return. Back at Henley Field in Lakeland, Florida. Game 4 today. Started at 10 a.m. Actually, 9:59 was the first pitch of the morning. Eastern Florida and Central Florida playing in an elimination game. The loser will be knocked out of the tournament. The winner will advance to stay in. They've got to win them all from here on out. Winner will play St. Pete College. That game is scheduled for tomorrow at 1. The forecast, I am afraid, is not very good. It's 90% chance of rain. Today was only, well, it was 40 until later in the day, then it upped itself to 80. And, well, it ended up being 100 because it rained like crazy. The whole field was underwater. It drained very nicely, though. Again, this is an elimination game. The loser will go home. Winner will advance to play tomorrow at 1, scheduled at 1 against St. Pete. First game of the day is St. John's in Northwest Florida. It's the only one we can guarantee will start on time.
Leading off.
N.J. Williamson will start off the game offensively for the Patriots. Williamson takes a pitch from the lefty. Down and in. Ball 1. Both teams throwing lefty starters. 2-0 now. Matthew Myers, the sophomore from Palm Bay, is pitching. And quickly 3-0. That pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Pitch there again on the inside corner, strike 2. So 3-2, full count to Williamson. And he takes strike 3 right on the inside corner. Took 3 straight pitches after 3-0. And he is rung up. Looking. Matthew Myers fights back.
Number 2, Luke Heyer.
For the strikeout now, the dangerous Luke Heyer will bat .368, 12 home runs, 17 doubles, 61 RBI to lead the state. No batting gloves. I like that too. It's old school with no batting gloves. Heyer generates tremendous bat speed. Can hit the ball anywhere. Two and 0 pitch. Heyer takes strike 1. That one ripped down the line, foul. Two and 2 to Heyer. Central Florida .312 batting average as a team. Now the second straight full count. Payoff pitch high, Heyer walks. That'll bring up John Casala, the first baseman for the Patriots. Casala, another guy with some pop and a good batting average at .391. 8 home runs, 56 RBI. Appreciate you hanging in through that, all those delays and watching. One out, Heyer at first. There's 7 stolen bases. Playing under the lights here at Henley Field. The elimination game at the FCSAA tournament. Breaking pitch high, 1-1. One hit to third. Only play will be to first. Heyer was on the move. He'll stay at second base. They kept themselves out of the double play, putting Heyer in motion. He'll now be at second base. Casala down on the 5-3 putout.
Next batter for Central Florida is the designated hitter, number 33, Levi Hollingsworth.
Levi Hollingsworth will bat. Designated hitter out of Lake City, 6'3", 260. That one hit out into right field. Heyer will have to hold up. The right fielder had it played well. Went right to him, and it was almost hit too hard by Hollingsworth. To score higher at least. Will Reddick, the catcher.
Brings up the catcher, number 17, Will Reddick.
Will Reddick, 282 hitter, 71 at bats. Freshman out of Nashville, Tennessee, Reddick. A couple home runs, 11 RBI. Breaking ball that didn't come down. 1-0, 2 outs. Runners on the corners for the Patriots. One-0 pitch hit up the middle. Shortstop takes it, goes the short way to second base. They'll get Hollingsworth there to end the inning. And that'll do it for the Patriots in the first. Eastern Florida will send John Capra, Ciro, and Liesel to the plate in the second. And we'll be back with the top half of the second inning. Cooper Wallace back on the hill for the Patriots. John Capra to lead things off for the Titans of Eastern Florida. Capra brothers with Vincent Capra. To third, diving stop by Heyer across the diamond. He throws a strike. He will make some plays over there at third base. Very solid with his glove, as well as one of the best hitters in the state.
Brings up the catcher, number 1, Luis Sierra Ortiz.
Luis Sierra now batting.
I don't know how to send it to him, but.
And the people behind us taking care of all the important things like the scoreboard and the stats and the music. We're discussing a play last night in the Santa Fe Eastern Florida game. Steven Smith, the third baseman for Santa Fe, made a diving stop. The ball, it was fair. He ended up almost in foul territory behind third base and turned and from his knees threw a missile across the infield to get the runner by a step. And it wasn't even that close of a play, not like you would expect when you have to throw one from your knees. It was just a turn without even really looking, got his shoulder square and just let loose. And it was an unbelievable play. That one hit to third base. Heyer's going to have to make another strong throw. He winds up, lets it go. He's 2 for 2 this inning. Cooper Wallace, a couple ground balls to Heyer.
Next batter is the left fielder, number 13, Ian Lyle.
Take a good slider to get another ground ball to third. Ian Lyle, the left fielder, number 13, batting. Pop foul up off the netting. Pitch down. And 2-1 from Wallace to Lyle. Now 2-2. Wallace trying to work a 1-2-3 inning. Hit down the left field line. Plenty of room down there. Not able to track it down. That thing was tailing away from the left fielder. That's Connor Kryl. Right back at Tyler. Good thing that fence is there, Tyler. Eastern Florida in some funky blue camo-ish patterned jerseys with green numbers. Pretty cool. That one hit out into the gap. Slips coming around the bag. Hope he didn't roll his ankle or anything. He looks to be okay. Looks like he just slipped. No injury. A 2-out hit for Lyle. And now Ruben Garcia, the first baseman, will bat.
Brings up the first baseman, number 6, Ruben Garcia.
Cooper Wallace, big lefty, 6'3", 205. One and 0. Garcia standing in with an opportunity with 2 outs to keep a rally going for Eastern Florida. A lot of the teams we've seen win at this tournament have used some big 2-out hits and big 2-out rallies to get it going. You don't usually get through a tournament like this without coming up with some clutch 2-out hits. And it's another one of those baseball cliches, but that's why it's a cliche, because it stands true. Over time, you have to be able to come up with 2 outs. Keep things going, even if it means getting a single to get the next guy up to bat. And maybe that helps cycle your lineup an inning earlier and bring up a guy with runners on that might not have gotten that opportunity. So it's a long game, and it's the little things that can have an effect later in the game that you don't even sometimes add them all up. But the coaches know how important those things are. Swing and a miss there. Now 2-1 to Garcia. Outside to Garcia, 3-1. So here you go. Here's an example. If Garcia were to walk, you'd have a runner in scoring position because of the 2-out hit from Lyle. There's a strike. I think Garcia probably knew it, and he tried to play it off. It was a little bit low. Full count, 2 out. Runner will be on the move. Garcia swings and misses. Cooper Wallace gets the strikeout. And we're going to the bottom of the second. Due up, Connor Cryle, Holland, and Knowles for the Patriots. We'll be back. You're watching the FCSAA Tournament Late Night Edition live on YouTube. We are back at Henley Field. Late night baseball after 11 o'clock. We're in the bottom of the second.
Connor Cryle.
We are down to one camera, the center field camera, out of commission after that torrential downpour. Nothing happened to it, but the area back there is pretty chewed up. Cryle takes strike one. So we'll make do with this one camera setup for as long as we need to, but we're able to bring you the broadcast, and that's what's important. Pitch high, 2-1. Cryle, good eye. We never know how those rain delays are going to affect the teams, affect every team differently, affect every player differently, having to wait around like that. And then you don't really get any sort of infield time or warm-up time. You get out there and you throw, you swing the bat around a little bit and go to work. 3-1 pitch. Down the dirt. Comes all the way back. He goes to get it. They'll exchange balls. And the Patriots have a runner to start the inning. something going early on, and now number 7.
Brings up the right fielder, number 7.
Evan Holland will bat. Evan Holland, 270 hitter, couple home runs, 18 RBI. 7 stolen bases. He squares the bunt, takes inside for a ball. Runner over at first. Fouled back. 1-1. Runner at first is Connor Cryle. Holland playing right field today for Coach Marty Smith and the Patriots. Pitch up high. Throw over. And the throw back from first bounced to the pitcher. Well, it's late for everybody, even the players. They've been up all day today, too. Holland takes a pitch upstairs, 3-1. Well, Myers marked a lot of 3-ball counts. Holland hits that one to right, and right fielder not able to get to it. He ran as hard as he could. Was Sammy Duran trying to chase that one down. Holland with a full count, 3-2, runner at first, nobody out. Patriots, Titans. In an elimination game at the FCSAA tournament. Last game of day 2. Over 3 hours of combined rain delays. About 3 hours. Up tight. Good eye by Holland. Back-to-back walks.
Brings up the second baseman, number 10, Ryan Knowles.
And now Ryan Knowles will bat. He's playing second base. Takes on the bunt attempt, 1-0. Well, Myers is not missing close with a lot of these pitches. And he's not going to do himself any favors with the umpire. It's tough when you're missing the strike zone to get those close calls sometimes. Not always, but sometimes it is. Because the umpire is not willing to kind of bend a little bit. Not that they change their strike zone as the game goes on intentionally, but it's just one of those mental things that I think comes into play for the umpire and the pitchers. He's having a discussion, the umpire is, with the Eastern Florida bench. I'm not sure what about, because those pitches are not close, so I'm sure it's not about the strike zone. When bunted up in the air, umpire out of the way quickly and allows catcher to make a play. Zero.
Next batter for Central Florida is the center fielder, number 3, B.J. Harmon.
Knowles pops out for the first out. Now B.J. Harmon. He led off yesterday for the Patriots. Pitch up high. Tyler Allen here on the controls, Sarah Shira on the camera, and it is her show at this point. She's the only camera out there. And is this the first time you've ever operated a camera for it is. So that's pretty doggone good if you ask me. Took her maybe 2 innings, maybe, to figure it out. She also figured out the focusing feature on the camera and how to do that Tyler and I hadn't really figured out. I'm sure we would have, though, right, Tyler? We would eventually figure that out, right? Maybe by Thursday. So a big thanks to her and Taylor, who helped us out for a game yesterday. She only did 1 game, though. Did you get thanked for doing 1 game? All right, Sarah says we'll thank her for doing 1 game. No, Taylor did a great job yesterday, too. All the softball players that have been here helping out from Polk State. And Tyler, who's always along for the ride. He actually drives the bus, usually. Drives the whole ship. The captain, El Capitan. I need to give him some FaceTime. Get his voice out there. The voice of an angel. Like an angel and Fergie. Isn't that what they say in Step Brothers or something like that? Combination of the two. Swing and a miss. Strikeout. Folks, it's late. So I apologize in advance for anything that may be said.
Next batter is the shortstop.
Nothing offensive is going to be said, of course, but
N.J.
just
Williamson.
the goofiness that may ensue. So Harmon strikes out swinging, and N.J. Williamson, who struck out looking after starting off 3-0, took 3 straight pitches, and they were in, but they were on the plate. He stands very close to the plate. Umpire right there calling him. And they appeared more inside, I think, because of where he positions himself. It's right on the line. This is game number 8 of a possible 19. One, leadoff hitter Williamson. Shortstop for Coach Marty Smith. That one up tight. And you can see Myers out there kind of tapping his cleats. I think he's getting clay built up in him, and he's not really getting the push-off that he wants and getting the follow-through. And all those things as a pitcher, it starts to play into you mentally as well. You start thinking about it instead of just going out there and doing what you've done hundreds of times in your career. And you start thinking about all the little things. Start thinking about the mound and the rubber and your landing spot and your cleats. And it all starts to play in. And you've got to be able to block that kind of stuff out. Sometimes it'll take an inning or 2 to block it out. And if it doesn't, then they'll find somebody else to go out there and try it. Myers seems to have already figured it out. He's thrown a couple strikes, get this thing back to 2-2. 2 outs, runners at first and second. Good pitch again there, but fought off by Williamson. Williamson with a good at bat. tomorrow we've got another full slate of games here at Henley Field. Starting at 10 a.m. with Northwest Florida and St. John's, a rematch of a round one game that St. John's won 11-1. That's an elimination game. Followed by the winner of this game against St. Pete College at tentatively won in an elimination game. And then the winner's bracket game start at 4. Williamson hits it to shortstop. Cross and the out. That's the end of the inning. The rest of the games for tomorrow at 4, scheduled for 4, Chipola and Santa Fe in a winner's bracket game, and then Gulf Coast and Polk State in the other winner's bracket game. Well, that's it for Eastern Florida. We'll head to, that's it for Central Florida. We'll head to the top of the third. Eastern Florida coming to bat. We'll be right back. The FCSAA tournament. Well, we are adjusting our cameras here. That one lost in the lights hard. And double. Well, unfortunately you missed that, but I'll describe to you what happened. We're having some camera issues here with some devices. They've been on all day, so we're trying to get this. I believe we have the audio problems fixed and the video problems. That was the main issue. Ball hit to the pitcher. The runner broke on contact, and now we've got a pickle. And they will tag him out. The runner will go to second base, but they got him in the rundown, tagged him out. Luke Heyer directing traffic out there, making sure all the bases are covered. Well, he went on first contact. I think he thought it was going to get by the pitcher. But he was tagged out. Velez caught in that pickle.
Next batter is the shortstop, number 17.
Second out, Navarro does the right thing, goes all the way to second, so they do have a runner in scoring position for Vincent Capra. I wonder if there's any relation to Frank Capra. You know who Frank Capra is, Tyler? It's a Wonderful Life. Not sure. Sure, there's a lot of Capras out there, though. Big looping breaking ball in for a strike. One, 1. 2 outs, runner at second. It is Navarro out there, a fly ball to left field, put away for the out. That's the end of the top of the third. We're going to the bottom of the third, Central Florida. Heyer, Casala, and Hollingsworth due up for the Patriots. We'll be back right after this. Back at Henley Field, and folks, prepare yourself. Mentally prepare yourself for Tyler Allen. We got him on the air. We figured it's 11:30, so it's one of those things where I don't even know. It's 11:30 though, so Tyler Allen's here. Tyler, how are you?
I'm doing well. A little tired. We've been here all day.
We have all day yesterday, all day today. At least we get to watch baseball. That is the one good thing about it. And if it was sunny all day, it would be easier to handle too. Yesterday's weather was nice. Today threw us for a little bit of a loop, to say the least, I think.
Absolutely. This rain delay is definitely thrown a curveball. It has not been something we've had to deal with yet with broadcasting.
No, we've done the softball tournament twice, and not to completely jinx us for next year, but we haven't had a drop of rain 2 years in a row at Vero Beach, I don't think. Maybe, some nominal rain, but not really anything. And then today we get a monsoon in Lakeland, and normally a rain delay, you sit around, wait it out. We were out there slogging through the floodwaters to make sure all the equipment was safe. Everything was. Hopefully, I'm sure it is. We were pretty proactive about getting it, but it's one of the things, the behind the scenes of the broadcasting. There's more to it than just putting the picture out there.
And I think one thing a little bit different with Vero Beach is obviously being on the beach is that the wind's constantly moving, so it's not just sitting there like this. Rain's kind of sat here all day, and apparently it's going to sit here all week.
Yeah, that's the rumor, the Weather Channel rumor. And I think 90 tomorrow, 80 on Wednesday, 100% on Thursday. And they don't usually put 3 days out in advance that it's 100% chance of rain. Obviously, that could change, and I'm sure it will a little bit. But as of right now, obviously, their stuff. That one on the inside corner, strike 3 called on Luke Heyer. He goes down looking to start off the bottom of the third.
Number 4, John Casala.
John Casala will now bat. Well, we've seen some good baseball. Seen some good defense, seen some good hitting, seen a lot of good things happen, and the players have had to wait through these rain delays too and then flip a switch, and that can't be an easy thing to do when you're just sitting around, and then all of a sudden, okay, here you go, no infield practice. You can go throw around for a few minutes. You can swing a bat out here. And there's a reason they can't have infield practice, because it would extend the day by 2 or 3 hours, manicuring it after they had infield practice. So obviously I'm not, criticizing that. You have to do that. But then they had to get the field ready, and they're standing around a little bit more and standing around a little bit more. And that ball hit well out to left field by Casala. I don't think that one's coming back. That is out of here. Home run, John Casala. You might be a good luck charm for Central Florida, Tyler.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah, so one of these teams had to get some offense going, and that was Central Florida right there. I wonder if that's the latest he's hit a home run, 11:31. I'm sure they played some late games in high school and travel ball and stuff, but 11:31 p.m., Casala with a blast over the 365 sign out in left center field. And the College of Central Florida has the lead over Eastern Florida State College. A lot of game left to play, but Casala has broken the ice. And that was his 9th home run of the season. Came in hitting .391 with 8 home runs, 56 RBI. I mentioned Heyer's bat speed. A strike on Hollingsworth. Casala he whips that bat around. He's only 5'8". Plays first base at 5'8", which you don't see very often. You don't see a 5'8" guy generate that much power too often. And he really just sits down on the ball and crushes it, and that one he sent way out of here.
I think as soon as that ball left the bat, I think everyone in the stands and even the outfielders kind of knew it was gone. They were just trotting over to where it was. But
exactly. Yeah, the left fielder kind of turned and just looked. Off speed pitch, 1 and 2.
Everyone pretty much knew that was gone.
That one, the sound. Sometimes you can just tell from the sound. And he hit that right in the fat part of the bat, and sent it out of here. The baseball, of course, a little bit different this year than last year. They lowered the seams a little bit, and you can tell. Coach Johnny Wiggs had some of the older balls in his office, and the seams are definitely higher. When you have the one baseball and the other baseball, you can feel the difference for sure. And so they've lowered the seams, which lessens the drag. That's the theory on it. Also, the pitcher's not able to get as much break probably on their pitches. They're trying to create a little bit more offense. They changed the bats. They did all sorts of stuff after the offensive explosion in the 90s when they had those big barrel bats and all that stuff. So they lessened the impact and the speed of the ball off the bat, and it kind of dumbed it down a little bit too much. And there wasn't. You've been to a lot of Florida Gator baseball games. You've seen the ebbs and flows of the scoring, and it's athletic director Jim Keats from Santa Fe stopping by the table. And it's been a long day for everybody, for the athletic directors too. So they'll go home, get some well-deserved sleep, come back out here tomorrow. But back to the topic at hand, the baseball. There's one laced to the second baseman, inning over, but there just ebbs and flows of scoring. I think maybe they've found a pretty good alternative here with this baseball. It seems like the scoring's better, but not out of control. There was a time in the late 90s when it was, I want to say, you know what? We have the internet nowadays. I was going to say, I think this I'm going to look it up, but while I'm looking it up, I'll talk. There was some games back in the 90s that the scoring in the World Series was literally double digits for both teams in numerous games. And it was just getting out of control where the ball was leaving the yard so frequently. I'm trying to look this up here. My Googling skills are not so hot at 11:35 at night. Now, guys at ESPN, don't they have people that do this for them?
I think that's supposed to be me, but now I'm on air with you. That makes it a little bit more difficult.
Well, we'll race to see who can get to it first. College World Series records. Here we go.
Well, as you were talking about the ball with the the seams being lower is that I know with Gator baseball, within the first, I think, couple months of playing ball, they had more home runs than they did the entire year, the year before, just based off of the seams. And like you said, it's changed enough where it's a little bit more active. There's more hits going on. You're getting more, even if it's not a home run, you're getting them further into the field. They're not just sitting up in the air like they used to, and it's definitely changed the way the game's played.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. It's changed the way you have to approach batters. And, you know, before you could throw a lot of, I don't want to say a give up pitch, but you could groove more pitches because you knew even if they hit it, it was going to be a fly ball and an out, or a ground ball and an out. Now if you miss, John Casala hits one out over the second fence out there. Yeah, here it is. I found it. Took me a little bit, but 1998. They coined the term gorilla ball by the media to describe the overabundance of offense. USC, the eventual champion, was routed in their opening game by LSU, who hit 8 home runs in one game. So that's too many, in my opinion. Too many home runs in one game. And then USC went on to win the championship game. Was this football or 21-14? That was the baseball score, not the football score. USC won.
Are you sure?
Believe it or not, 21-4. I mean, that's ridiculous. I remember watching that game with my dad. 21-14. Pitch outside. Reddick thought it was strike 3. He was ready to whip it around the horn there. He jumped the gun. Pitch outside. 21-14. Man, I don't remember it being that high scoring, but goodness. That's not even fun. One hit out to left. And a fly out. So Eastern Florida trailing 1-0. Still early on in this game. We're in the top of the fourth. And now John Capra will bat after Sammy Duran's fly out. Capra 0 for 1. Made it to where even, you know, in the big NCAA teams, Virginia, Vanderbilt, Florida, Florida State, Miami, all those teams, that you can have some dominant pitching. You may win a game 2-1, but then you may have to win a game 7-6 or 8-7. But you're not seeing that often, at least 15-12 and 16-12. I know, you know, they had that whole ESPN did that on the run. Nice catch. He was so fast that he almost overran it. That's Evan Holland out there in right field. It is possible to be too fast. Evan Holland just showed it right there. Showed his wheels off in right field. Almost overran a ball that he probably had no business getting to where he started off. But they had the whole ad. I remember ESPN did Chicks Dig the Long Ball. And they talked about how it's just hitting home runs is, you know, the way to go. But it's not as entertaining to watch as it sounds when the 8 and 9 hitters are hitting multiple home runs in a game. So it's definitely been a good change, and I think it'll take hitters and pitchers a little bit of time to fully adjust to it, but it has been a good change so far. This is the catcher, 0. Outside corner strike, 1-2. One fouled off, and it will get out of play.
That one will be into the streets behind us.
Yeah, there is a street very close by. Until it was built in 1925. Henley Field is Been here for 91 years. That one poked through the right side, went with the pitch for a base hit. Kind of built around Henley Field, not much space. Not much parking. There's a little bit. They have a lacrosse/soccer field just behind that Florida Southern uses. Florida Southern's baseball team plays here, as well as it looks like Lakeland High School's baseball team. So a 2-out hit. And Lyle will bat. He singled in the second with 2 outs to get a 2-out rally going. It was stifled on the next batter, but we'll see. They've got another chance here to get a 2-out rally going. The pitch. Swing and a miss out in front. And it's 1-1. Well, we should have some good games tomorrow, starting off a couple of elimination games in the morning and early afternoon, and then some winners bracket games at 4 and theoretically 7, 4 and 7. But as we've seen, yesterday's game started at, was it 8:05, the 7 o'clock game, around 8:05, something like that?
Last game that was supposed to start at 7 was around 8:05.
And today, obviously, this game started at 10:30 something, a little bit after 10:30, so different reasons that they started later. Yesterday there was an extra inning game, some games that ran a little bit long.
Well, even today we had one with, I think it was today, had the run rule.
There's a base knock. Yeah, you're right. Did have the run rule. Chipola run ruled in the 8th inning. Run ruled St. Pete. So Lyle 2 for 2. Zero moves up to second.
Brings up the first baseman, number 6, Ruben Garcia.
That Santa Fe Chipola game should be a good one, and the Polk Gulf Coast game also should be a very good game. I'm really, I'm looking forward to that 10 o'clock game. St. John's and Northwest. Northwest was 10-run ruled by St. John's. And you can bet the defending national champions are not going to take that embarrassment very lightly, and I think they're going to be out here and ready to play tomorrow morning. They picked up a win to stay in it over Broward. That game was delayed in the 9th with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. They delayed for over 2 hours, came back and finished that one. 7-5 win for Northwest Florida. Count 0-2. Ruben Garcia. That one is tapped to short. It's going to be a tough play. And he's safe. Infield single. He dives in. Does slow you down a little bit. But he was expecting maybe an errant throw, so he was trying to avoid a tag that might have happened. And 3 straight singles have the bases loaded. Wallace has avoided the big hit that has gotten any runners home, and he does have 2 outs. One good pitch can get him out of this jam. Number 9 hitter Velez. He reached on an error in right field back in the 3rd on a dropped fly ball by Holland. Velez lays off, ball 1. That one hit out into left field. 1 run scores. They're going to send the runner. There's going to be a play at the plate. Nope, it is cut off. But there was nobody there covering 3rd. Higher. They potentially had the runner at 3rd base, but there was nobody there. He was ready to throw. He'll call timeout. So 4 straight 2-out hits, Tyler. You've probably gotten sick of me saying it, but you've got to come up with 2-out hits, and they got 4 of them in a row with nobody on. 2 outs, 4 hits in a row. It always starts small.
Brings up the center fielder, number 21, Manuel Rodriguez.
Just like that, Eastern Florida has a 2-1 advantage. And Cooper Wallace is still facing a jam. Runners at the corners. It's Garcia at third, Velez. And it's the bottom of the order, too, coming up big for him. 6, 7, 8, 9. All singles. Top of the order, Rodriguez. Rodriguez singled in the first. Sacrifice bunt in the third. He's 1 for 1. Fouls that one off. But you can still see the puddles down by the dugout. You can see where the low spots are. Still holding a little bit of water. Hopefully that doesn't come into play on a foul ball.
Yeah, I was surprised how much water they were able to basically squeegee off the field during that Broward Northwest Florida game, because left field and right field were basically small ponds out there.
Yep. Yeah, they were, you're right. Especially down right field. You couldn't see the grass in some large areas, not just small little puddles. It was pondish. That's a good description of it. And it drained quickly, and then they had those little rolly squeegee things that they used to get water off the field. That pitch low, 2-2. Good eye from Rodriguez.
Well, I can only imagine what the infield would have looked like if everyone hadn't got the tarp out.
Yeah, they made a good call getting the tarp out.
And like you mentioned earlier, was that there were several players that were a part of it, along with the grounds crew.
A couple of the athletic directors were out there. Ping Tyus was out there. They were all getting after it, trying to get that out there. Sarah was out there. I think I saw you. Weren't you out there pulling the tarp? Yeah, she's shaking her head. Yes, steal. Coming home. They get the steal, and the runner comes home. I think they might have had a shot. I want to try to get a replay of that real quick if we can. I want to see if he could have put a tag on Velez. Third run does come home. I want to see if he could have put a tag on Velez potentially and gotten out of the inning. Not able to get the replay? No. Okay, yeah, again, we've been having this stuff has been on for about 15 hours, so we're starting to have some trouble with it. It needs to cool down. We tried to keep the feed going so people would know that it was a rain delay, and maybe in hindsight should have let them cool down a little bit. 3-2, 2 outs. Runner at second goes. Tapped foul. He'll be on the move again. See these situations where 4 or 5 foul balls and the runner will start to get tired out there. So they're going to be going on the pitch. We have the replay right here, and if you're at home, of course, just drag that little red ball down there at the bottom back, and you can check it out. So there's a walk, and now first and second.
Brings up the second baseman, number 16, Norberto Navarro.
I think if he lets that throw come to him and throws down a tag, they might have been able to throw him out or tag him out at second. His eyes got on the runner coming home and tried to throw him out, but opportunity was there to try to throw him out. And that's when the catcher throws down like that. He thinks that he can throw him out. If he doesn't, he'll pump and then try to throw down to third and maybe get the runner at third leaning, but he absolutely thought that he could get him. There's another hit. Runner coming home. The throw is cut off. Runner goes into third, and the throw gets away. 2 runs will score on this play. Navarro will go back into second, and Eastern Florida, they've done every bit of this with 2 outs. The first 2 batters of the inning flew out to left, flew out to right, and then it's been single, 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 walk, single. Error. And it is 5-1.
Next batter for Eastern Florida is number 17, shortstop, Vincent Capra.
Vincent Capra, the batter. This game was 1-0 heading to this inning, and it looked like the inning was going to be over. 2 quick outs. Catcher Ciro went the opposite way with a pitch on the outside corner, and then Lyle singled up the middle. Garcia followed with a single. Velez singled. Rodriguez walked. Then Navarro singled. The ball was thrown away, trying to get the runner at third. And 5 runs have come home for the Titans here in the 4th. Curveball outside corner. Big swooping breaking ball.
And you wonder if just this time frame being almost midnight now, 9 minutes away, that if this has any effect on the players as well. They've been up not as long as we have, but they've been up pretty late or pretty long as well.
Yeah, and some of them, you know, that nervous energy, after a while, that'll wear you out. You're sitting around waiting, and you get the nervous energy, and eventually you start to get tired from doing nothing almost sometimes. So you're right. It's been a long day. Regardless of when they got up, it's been a long day. I'm sure some of them did. Hopefully they slept in. They didn't have a game until 7. So one hit high and barely deep to left. Not deep in. Oh. The ball was dropped. Was it foul? Yes, they're going to call it foul. That was close. The left fielder.
That's the second one that he's dropped tonight in foul territory.
Wow, yes it is. I don't know if he took his eye off of it or. It's Connor Kreil out and left. And he had it in his glove. 2 hands. I don't know if there's any kids watching at 11:53, but make sure you use 2 hands when you catch it. One tap to third. It's going to be a tough play. That's an infield single. And they have batted around. First time that's happened in this tournament. I've had to scratch out the next inning.
Brings up the right fielder, number 11, Sammy Duran.
Well, Duran led off the inning with a fly out to left. 6 hits and a walk so far in the 4th for Eastern Florida. Runners at first and third. Out towards right. Casala trying to chase it down, but it's out of play into the bullpen. Well, Central Florida has a lot of pop in their lineup. 49 home runs. They've scored a lot during the year. They've been one of the hotter teams in the country coming into the tournament. So this game far from over. But Eastern Florida has to like their chances. That one laced out to left. Another run home, and that dropped. Fly ball out in foul territory and left. That's the 7th hit of the inning. We haven't seen Marty Smith come out to the mound yet. He's let Cooper Wallace fight through it, but he may.
Next batter is the third baseman.
They're hitting the ball hard. They're not getting cheap hits besides that infield hit. Everything else has been hit really hard.
Yeah, like we've already discussed, everything's been to the outfield. They've all been base hits, and
And that was a frozen rope. And that drop fly ball is looming large. It was in foul territory. Big looping curveball low. Ball gets away. The runners will move up, and things are going from bad to worse for the Patriots. They've been stuck on 2 outs since John Capra was the second out. The current batter was the second out. They have sent 8 straight batters to the plate, 7 hits and a walk with 2 outs. Again, 7 hits and a walk, all with 2 outs. Impressive. Looping curveball that time in there for a strike, 2-1. He really trusts that curveball to throw it 2-0. He takes a lot off of that in the 60s when he throws that. There it is again. Foul off the foot of the third base coach. And if you think he's going to rub that or even act like it hurt, you are sorely mistaken.
He acts like nothing happened.
No, and it hurts right now. I'm just going to tell you right now that it hurts. But he's going to act like a fly just hit his foot. He may get into the dugout and rub it once he's out of sight, but that's it. Swing and a miss, but Eastern Florida sends 11 batters to the plate, 7 hits in the inning and 6 runs. John Capra made 2 of the outs in that inning. But besides that, Eastern Florida clicking in the 4th. They score 6 runs and now lead 6-1. We'll head to the bottom half of the 4th. We'll be back. Tyler Allen and Scott Jamieson. Back at Henley Field, first pitch, ball 1. Big top half of the 4th for Eastern Florida. Scored 6 runs on 7 hits and a walk. All of that happened with 2 outs. The first 2 batters of the inning, Duran and John Capra, flew out and then proceeded to run off 4 straight hits, then a walk, and then 3 more hits. It was quite a display. Pitch up, 3-0. Well, if you're Central Florida, this is how you get back into it. You take some pitches, you make the pitcher work, you get base runners, and then you try to put together a rally. You do not have to get all 5 runs back in the 4th, obviously. For the confidence of your team, you're trying to get a couple right here. 2, maybe 3. Let Eastern Florida know you're not going anywhere. You're going to be here for the duration. And now Evan Holland will have to be one to keep things going. Some defensive miscues have really cost the Patriots, and they've happened in the outfield. 2 dropped foul balls in left that both should have been caught, and a drop foul fly ball out in right. That one didn't end up hurting in terms of runs scored, but as we talked about earlier, it cycled the lineup a little bit and brought up certain guys in certain situations. So it can change the game in little ways that don't go in the scorebook necessarily, and you don't write about them after the game, but they definitely affect the game. 6-1 Eastern Florida lead. They're out talking to the pitcher. Walked the leadoff hitter, and now a 1-0 count to Evan Holland. Holland, a .270 hitter in the regular season.
And as we've talked about throughout the season with baseball, is that you have your regular errors that you have, but you also have your mental errors that, like you've said, is you don't really keep track of those. You can't score those in any way. And those 2 foul balls that were dropped out in left field are definitely some mental errors.
Yeah, because you're right. They didn't go in the books as errors, but Holland off the end of the bat, foul. And things like missing a cutoff man or not putting a tag down or, really not to rub salt in the wound. Eastern Florida's ahead, so they won't care as much. But last night, the absolute turning point, Holland pops one out to left, should be playable for the left fielder. He goes back, then comes in on it, makes the catch. But the turning point in the game, Hugo Valdez is at bat for Santa Fe College. It's the 7th inning. Santa Fe had 1 hit up until this inning. Bases were loaded with 2 outs. Ball is squibbed down the first baseline. It's fair the entire way. The first baseman goes to grab it, doesn't grab it. It rolls foul. If he picks it up, he steps 1 step back, steps on the bag, innings over, the score's 1-1 going into the 8th. Instead, for whatever reason, like you said, you can't give it an error, but mentally it just something happened he wasn't thinking. Let the ball go foul. Next pitch, or maybe 2 pitches later.
It was the next.
Was it the next pitch?
Right
Valdez smashes one off the left field fence for a bases clearing triple. So it's those things that, again, that didn't go in the book, so it just looked like a foul ball. In the book, it was just a foul. But if you're watching the game, you know that it was a completely game-changing play on a mental error. So you're right. That was a really long explanation of why you were right to say that the mental errors are. I mean, that might have lost him the game.
Not to put it all on the first baseman, because that ball was, like you said, it was just going straight down the line and had no curve on it. But last minute, maybe it hit a little hole. It hit some clay that was clumped up, and it just kicked sideways on him.
I don't know.
So it wasn't something that he was letting it kind of roll foul. It just happened to kick sideways.
I don't know if he was just going to let it roll a couple more times before he picked it up and get himself closer to the bag, or what he was doing. In hindsight's 20/20, of course. I'm sure he will look back on that and say, "Why the heck didn't I grab it?" Well, his mind told him, "Hey, wait an extra second, then pick it up and tag the bag. Wait till it gets a little closer to the bag, pick it up, step on it." in the inning, would have ended the threat. And with a guy like Hugo Valdez, who's hitting 386, second-team All-State, cleanup hitter for the #1 team in the country, you can't give him an extra pitch.
Well, and like you said, before that, Santa Fe had only had one hit before. So
in 6 innings, yeah.
And it just happened to be after that. I mean, if it happened any other time with bases loaded and Hugo steps up and hits it, you wouldn't think anything of it. You just think that's Hugo.
Right.
But other than that, it just happened to be after the one play that would have ended that inning. So the things just kind of fell together in that one instance.
And on the Santa Fe side of things, those are the types of plays. If Santa Fe were to go on and have a really good tournament and go deep or win it or something, you look back on that and you say, that it's just one of those crazy plays that just shouldn't have even happened, and it just kind of fell into your lap. Now you still, with that said, you still have to capitalize. You still have to get the hit. Not going to hand you the ball and say, here, put it on a tee and hit it now that we made a mental error at first base. He still had to take the pitch and hit it. That one chopped out in front of the mound. It's going to settle. And the bases are loaded with 1 out. Good hustle down the line, and that soft grass from all the rain.
First and second.
It was like a chip that just sat there.
Bases aren't.
Oh, I'm sorry. First and second. Sorry. The third base coach, Marty Smith, was about on third base almost.
He was just about on third base.
He fooled me. And it's Tuesday right now, so he fooled me since it's 12:07. It's not Monday any longer. We are into Tuesday.
We are officially in our first game of Tuesday. This was our last game that was in Tuesday, and it's also our first game, or last game in Monday, and our first game into Tuesday.
Golly, we're up at what, 6:15? That bunt foul.
Well, we've been here at the ballpark now. We've had baseball been going on, whether rain delays or not, for 14 hours now. Baseball has been in session.
Crazy.
Counting rain delay.
Well, Henley Field getting a workout this week. Flying Tigers will be playing later on in the week. Florida Southern finished up their home schedule on Saturday.
And that was a game to watch while we were here setting up.
That was 2-1 in the 6th when we showed up. It ended 15-10. The ball was flying out of here. Thought it might be a sign of things to come. Breaking ball, strike, 0-2. That was a nasty pitch. Appreciate you sticking with us late into the evening and watching this game. Catcher calling for this one down. He gets it. As a coach, the worst thing that can happen is a 2-out 0-2 or a 1-out 0-2 hit with runners on base. You leave an 0-2 pitch up. You do not want to let that happen. 1-2, 1 out, runners at first and second. That one hit too short. Could be 2. And they are saying he was on the bag. His foot came off, but he did have it on long enough for the out. So a double play turn. Central Florida's rally cut short. And we will go to the 5th. Eastern Florida will have Ciro, Lyle, and Garcia. We'll be back right after this. Henley Field, 12:11 a.m. on Tuesday. Tyler in about 9 hours and 49 minutes. First pitch of St. John's in Northwest Florida. How do you feel about that?
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, if we're home and, well, not home. Is that a Freudian slip? If we're back at the hotel by about 2, we got 8 hours. We got to be back here a little bit earlier than that, huh? Okay, we can't show and go like they do in baseball. Sometimes they call it a show and go. You pull the bus up about a half hour before the game. Everybody gets out, stretches, throws their jerseys on, sort of like what's been happening with these games, and you just play.
Well, as we've discussed with the renovations going on.
Swing and a miss, strikeout. Sorry, go ahead.
As we mentioned with the renovations going on at the Flying Tiger Stadium, is that they have a nice press box where we can leave everything inside. And being here at Henley Field with a beautiful ballpark and the overhang that we have here, but our press box, so to speak, is right in the middle of the stands.
Right.
So we can't leave anything out. One, for weather.
A lot of different reasons we can't leave it out.
Two, so nothing walks away.
Right, right. These MacBooks and stuff tend to get feet and leave.
It's amazing how that happens.
It is. Inanimate objects getting up and walking off. But, yeah, you're right. At Flying Tiger, we'd hit one switch, turn everything off, and lock the door behind us.
Which is what we do in Vero with softball.
Right. But, yeah. Go with the situation you're dealt. It's going to be really, really nice at Joker Marchant Stadium next year. They renovated in 2002. Now they're renovating again. Count is 2-1 after that swing and miss. They're putting tens of millions of dollars into it. It is going to be quite a sight to see. I'm looking forward to being back here next year in Lakeland to see what that looks like.
The other thing that would be nice is that being in the press box over there, we won't have to worry about the rain. We won't have to worry about our
Exactly. The only one we'll have to worry about is that central or the center field camera. But you're right. Everything else today we had 50 or 60 gallon trash bags with towels on top of them to protect not to give away our trade secrets. I mean, these are trade secrets we're giving away here for free on the air. Because we were getting the blowback from up, there's an opening up top, and the wind was blowing the rain in. Kyle Wilson was actually using his body to shield Tyler's computer from getting soaked.
Number 6, Ruben Garcia.
And the rest of the equipment sort of got wet, but we were able to keep it from getting soaked. One out. We kind of lost our train of thought there. Had to deal with some things here. I think Kyle might have just. Oh, Kyle offered to let me take a nap in the morning while he does the play-by-play. I don't know, Kyle. I don't know if I can give up those duties. I'm 8 for 8. That one hit up off the glove, sliding in unnecessarily, but he didn't know that. That's a hit. That would have been a tough play. So now 2 on.
Brings up the designated hitter, number 31, Angel Velez.
And there's kind of another mental error for Central Florida with the first baseman there, and it was a little hopper, but
it was a tough one.
Might have taken his eye off it, looking over to
definitely. I think you're right.
Toss it over to the pitcher.
Trying to see if he had a play, took his eye off the ball. It was a tough one because you have to rush so much with a play like that you're prone to make a mistake. And the official scorer did give him a hit. I think that's probably the right call. Might have had a play on him, but the the way that was hit is what got him to first, more so than him bobbling the ball, and so that's why you give him a hit for that.
And as you'd mentioned earlier today, was that they go over this over and over again during practice, all these different plays and routines that they do all the time, but once it comes to game time, it happens so quickly that you may lose focus for a second, or it may not exactly fall like it does in practice.
Yeah, I know you're right. You can try to recreate it. Breaking ball. Velez waited back, hit it foul. Velez came up with a big hit back in the fourth. He was one of 7 Eastern Florida players to single in that inning. And that's what Eastern Florida's done this season. They only have 13 home runs. So they do not hit the ball out of the ballpark very often. About once every 3 games, 3.5 games. But they have a .326 team batting average. They have 10 hits today in 4 1/3 innings. Timeout called by Velez. 1 and 2, another opportunity for Eastern Florida. To add some runs. 6-1 lead already outside on that pitch, 2-2. Velez ready. Wallace set. Inside and down. Ball 3. So Velez with a good at bat. His patience showing. And he has worked a full count. Wallace needs to deliver a strike right here. Try to get a ground ball. Patriot defenders double play depth. Pitch way out of the zone. Ball 4.
Next batter is the center fielder, number 21, Manuel Rodriguez.
Now back to the top of the order, and that's where this could come back to haunt Wallace. They're going to go to the bullpen. He walked the number 9 hitter. And now Rodriguez will come to bat. They're going to go get a reliever. We're going to step away. We'll be back. You're watching the FCSAA baseball tournament right here on YouTube. So Kyle Hansen on the hill for the Patriots. Hansen, a sophomore righty, 6'3", 175 from Vanguard High School in Ocala.
Now pitching for College of Central Florida, that's number 31, Kyle Hansen.
Hansen will have to come in and get out of a bases-loaded jam. First pitch, low and away to the leadoff man, number 21, Manny Rodriguez. Rodriguez, a sophomore from Orlando. Outside corner strike. Tough spot if you're the batter to hit that one. That's a good pitch. Let that one go. 2 outs, maybe you have to probably swing and fight that one off. A little off speed, out in front, foul now 2-2. Patriots would love a ground ball right now. Get out of this inning. Prevent any further damage. It's already 6-1. High chopper. Only play is to first. They'll get the out. Eastern Florida gets the run. That's probably a trade they'll take. Every run right now is important. There was only one play, though, with the infield being back at double play depth. If they're in right there, you may be able to cut that off and come home for the force.
Brings up the second baseman, number 16, Norberto Navarro.
Now Navarro will bat with 2 outs. And runners at second and third. Navarro, runner coming home, safe. The pitcher was a little bit late covering. That ball didn't get far. Aggressive was Garcia, and he comes home for the run, and Central Florida is not getting anything to go their way right now. Eight to 1. Tapped foul. We're just discussing what the run rule is, not to try to jinx either of these teams, but to explain that to the audience, it is the national NJCAA rule, which is a 10-run lead after 5 or an 8-run lead after 7. So that's how they play at the JUCO World Series. So we are within 3 runs of that potentially in this inning and 1 run later on in the 7th. But Central Florida, a lot of at-bats left before that would happen in the 7th. 2, in fact. 3, excuse me. 3 at-bats. Two pitch coming, 2 outs, runner at third. Fouled straight back. Two, 2 outs. In tight. Full count, 2 outs. The runner will start home. To short. Throw and the out. So Central Florida finally gets out of this one. 2 runs come home on an RBI ground out and a wild pitch. That'll do it for the top half of the fifth for Eastern Florida. Central Florida will come to bat with the top of the order, N.J. Williamson, Luke Heyer, and John Casala. We'll be back right after this. Eastern Florida with an 8-1 lead. They're trying to advance at this FCSAA tournament. College of Central Florida trying to fight back and prolong their time in Lakeland. Both teams facing elimination. The loser will go home. The winner will advance on to keep playing.
Patriots is the shortstop, number 12, N.J. Williamson.
Their reward will be St. Pete College tomorrow at 1. Assuming the weather holds up, and we'll check again, but a few hours ago, it did not look pretty for the next 4 days. Williamson takes up high for ball 2.
Well, that was yesterday when we checked the weather, so.
That's true, that was yesterday.
Now that it's Tuesday, it could have changed.
It is, let's see, 80% today, which is Tuesday, 60% Wednesday, 80% Thursday, and now 100% on Friday. 80% on Saturday, so yeah. Just depressing to keep looking at that. I don't know why I keep doing that to myself. 3-0. Pitch in there for a strike. Eastern Florida, 10 hits, 8 runs. Ball 4 to N.J. Williamson. And so College of Central Florida with something going in the 5th.
Well, that's how Central Florida started the last inning, was with a walk.
Third baseman, number 2, Luke Heyer.
Yeah, and they weren't able to get much going. They did have a hit, but then Harmon hit into a double play to end their rally. They had runners at first and second. Just off the inside of the plate, ball 1. Luke Heyer has not gotten going here at the tournament. One of the most talented hitters in the state, and he just has not been able to get his bat on fire like he was during the regular season. 2-0. Well, he's got a count that's in his favor. He may see a pitch right here that he'd like to try to hit a long ways. One thing that Central Florida's not going to do is quit. They're going to play down to that last out. They're going to play hard. So Eastern Florida should not take anything for granted. This game is not over. I've seen bigger comebacks than this in college baseball.
Well, certainly, as we know with Central Florida, the kind of this last half of the season is that they've really shown up to play, and just because they haven't made any big plays yet doesn't mean they're not there.
It can click at any time, and you're right, they were one of the best teams in the country over the last half, and then especially over that last third of the conference season. But last half, and you're right, and third of that, they were just unbelievable. 3-1, coming from behind and blowing teams out, shutouts, all sorts of stuff. 3-1 pitch in tight, ball 4. 2 on, no outs. Heyer did lead the team with 29 walks coming into the tournament. He's a selective hitter, but he seemed to be a little bit more selective than normal in this tournament. But that's a veteran hitter knowing that he can't tie that game, can't tie the game with a home run right there. So what his team needs is base runners. So he was looking for whatever way he could to get on base. It happened to be a walk, so he took that pitch there on a 3-1.
Well, that's what Central Florida needs to look for right now with Eastern Florida throwing balls. They just need to wait for their pitch.
Because eventually they're going to get one. He's going to make a mistake and leave one out like he did to Casala back in the 3rd when he hit a home run way out of here. That one was a breaking ball that hung up but hit out to right. Throw comes in on a line from right field. What a throw. Is that Yasiel Puig out there?
It was a cannon.
That was. That thing could have gone in the air maybe to the dugout. Sammy Duran.
Brings up the designated
Whoa.
number 33.
Could hear the dugout yelling 2. Duran said, let me show you 2. Do you one better and throw it on a line to 3rd.
I feel like he probably still had more in his arm
I think he did too. That ball had more in it. He caught it over his head behind 3rd base. Or at least even with his head. And that was, whoa. 1 out. Runners at 1st and 2nd. One-0 pitch coming, 1 out, 2 on. Strike there thrown by the Eastern Florida pitcher. That is Myers out there. Pitch high now, 2-1, 1 out. Hollingsworth ready for the 2-1 pitch. Down now, 3-1. So again, Hollingsworth, patience. Your instincts are to try to hit your way out of this 7-run deficit. But you've got to be patient. You've got to get runners on base for that to happen. Outside ball 4. The bases are loaded. I expect maybe a visit from a coach here to the mound soon, if not now. 1 out. Well, they're going to let him, with a 7-run lead, maybe you let him try to fight through it first.
Next batter is number 17, the catcher.
Well, there you go. Central Florida hasn't had to do too much, and they've got the bases loaded just by taking 3 walks now.
Well, and they're going to go to a relief pitcher, so not only a trip to the mound, they're going to go ahead and bring in a righty to face this right-handed batter. And that's Will Reddick, the catcher. So we've got a reliever coming in. We'll take a look at who it is, and we'll be back right after this. Now on the hill for Eastern Florida, Chandler Benton, righty out of Melbourne. Eastern Florida in Melbourne. They play at Bruce Bochy Field.
Pitching for Eastern Florida.
Mark Dakotas, the SID there, does a good job. They have some really nice broadcasts at Eastern Florida. They have a television department there that does some great things. Very professional broadcasts.
I think behind ESPN, they're probably one of the best broadcasting I've seen.
Yeah. And knowing how much the equipment costs that we have, I can't imagine what it must cost them to do that. But, hey, I say more power to them. That's great. The more of that, the better at this level. Set the bar as high as you can.
Well, what that shows is that you don't have to have ESPN to do your broadcast.
Right.
Is that you can have these junior colleges do their own broadcast their own games onto the internet through YouTube or through their own websites, and you don't have to have ESPN to do it.
And you can do a one-camera, a two-camera shooter. You can be adventurous like Eastern Florida.
Eastern Florida.
That one hit out into right. One run will score. The runners will hold up. It's now 8-2.
I think Eastern Florida's got 3, 4 at least cameras that they got going on.
Mm-hmm. And quite a few schools are broadcasting now.
Santa Fe, we're only able to do 2, so.
Right. Well, that's most schools are doing 1.
That is the left fielder, number 22, Connor Cross.
Maybe 2. And it's that's realistic if you don't have an entire department dedicated to it that can do it, and with students that are there and experts that know how to set all that stuff up and run all the cameras and have all those people on hands. Not many schools have that.
Well, it definitely takes a lot of manpower to operate all those cameras.
Yep.
So you definitely have to have someone who's familiar with using a camera.
You have to have people to do the play-by-play and the color and all that kind of stuff, and it's not something that everybody has at their disposal at this 2-year level, but it's great when you see it. And you have Central Florida does it for some of their games. They do the indoor sports, I believe. I don't know if they've ventured into baseball and softball yet or not. Again, that's a whole other animal because you've got to have internet out at your fields. And I think everybody will get there. It's getting easier and easier to broadcast now with Production Truck and some of those things, some of those options, and being able to stream through YouTube. It's free. It's a really, really clean picture compared to other streaming services. It's a clean stream, not a lot of buffering. If you have a pretty good internet connection, you don't have to have some 200 megabyte speeds like we are kicking out of here. Pitch up, ball 4. Bases loaded, walk.
And as you talked with Kelly this morning, is that several schools now are adding more sports to their athletic programs with cross country and women's soccer. So women's soccer would be another one that once you have internet out at your field, is that it'd be easy to broadcast.
You could throw one camera up there, and
Absolutely.
You could broadcast with one camera, one announcer, somebody running the computer. Because soccer is one of those sports you could probably have the announcer do both or the play-by-play do both, because there's not much, unless you're showing, I don't know what you would show besides you have the clock up there, it runs the whole time. It doesn't take much to put a goal up. It's not going to be 50-48, so you're not putting scores up constantly. Swing and a miss by Evan Holland, late.
Well, like basketball, you're not going to have lots of points going on. Baseball, you're not going to have balls and strikes. Same thing with softball. Volleyball, you're not going to have a lot of points. I mean, soccer would be a lot slower.
It is different than all those sports you mentioned for sure, just for that one simple reason. Holland, swing and a miss. It is 12:42 a.m. right now.
Number 10, Ryan Knowles.
Holland strikes out, and now Ryan Knowles with the bases loaded. Takes a strike. 2 home so far. Cut it back to a 5-run lead. And for the confidence of Central Florida, getting a couple runs is good. But when you have the bases loaded with 1 out, you do want to try and make this a big inning. So we were saying earlier in the game, trying to get some of those runs back is good, but when you set yourself up in this situation, you do start to get greedy, and that's okay. Breaking ball, strike 3, right in there. Nice pitch. Knowles frozen on that big curve. That ends the inning. Central Florida does get 2 runs. Eastern Florida coming to bat at the top of the 6th. Vincent Capra, Sammy Duran, and John Capra. Eastern Florida batting in the top of the 6th, leading 8-3 in this elimination game against the College of Central Florida. We are here having fun. Two 2-0 count now. Pitcher for Central Florida, Kyle Hansen. Now 3-0. Hansen not able to find the strike zone so far in this at-bat. Vincent Capra batting. Capra 1 for 3. Four straight pitches and a walk. So Central Florida, who just got 2 runs back, does not want to start the inning like this.
Brings up the right fielder, number 11, Sammy Duran.
And now Sammy Duran will be the batter for the Titans. Runner at first, nobody out. The runner at first is Vincent Capra. There's a strike after 5 straight balls for Kyle Hansen.
Unfortunately not. It's only what they've already downloaded on here. Yeah. It's not even so much that. It's just we operate off those iPads. So you have to purchase those.
Foul ball 1-2. That one hit up in the air. It's going to be a tough play for the catcher, not able to get it. And they'll give him a hit. Just a tough play Reddick hung out to dry on that one. He was going to have to cleanly field that and throw it all in one motion. And that was tough.
That was definitely difficult for the catcher to try to chase after that chopper like that right off the plate and then try to get it over first base, but just not able to get to it.
Yeah, you got to have about 5 things happen right all at once. You got to run out for the ball. You got to get your feet turned. You got to get your body turned to make the throw, pick it up. And that's hard to do.
Along with throwing his mask off so he can actually see where to throw it.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Another thing to add to that. Being a catcher is hard, isn't it, Sarah? Yeah. Sarah's the catcher for the Polk State softball team. Running a camera at 1 a.m. is hard, too. Believe me, I know. Not because I've done it, but because I'm watching Sarah, and it's late. Square. Ball 3.
This is not the hole that Central Florida wants to get themselves in to try to come back from this 5-hole deficit.
You don't want to go down this road. You've started to scratch back in the game. It's outside. That's ball 4. That's low and away. Hansen wanted that one, but when you're not throwing strikes, you're surely not going to get that pitch.
Next batter for Eastern Florida is the catcher, number 1.
Well, Hansen needs a
Ortiz.
strikeout and a ground ball to get out of this inning. If you're a Patriots fan, that's what you're looking for right now. If you're an Eastern Florida fan, you're obviously looking for a hit. That one hit high and deep. Is it going to get out? Is it going to have enough? No. At the fence. Too high. Throw comes into third, and he is safe. The ball was dropped, and the runner goes to second on the throw. One looked like it was out of here. Ciro, the catcher, sac fly. RBI, 9-3. 1 out, runners at second and third. Duran took third on that tagging up, and he was out if not for the ball coming out of Heyer's glove. He tried to slap it right on his chest, and the ball came loose. Lyle now batting.
It was definitely a good throw by the left fielder to get it into the third baseman there.
Just a little bit of bad luck having that ball pop loose, the impact. Ian Lyle now batting, and Lyle with a couple hits, scored twice. There's a strike, now 2-1. Hit hard right at the second baseman. The infield was in. Some good glove work right there by number 10, Knowles. You got to react quickly to stab that one, but that's why you bring the infield in. The infield will now go back to normal depth with 2 outs. Ruben Garcia will bat.
Well, Knowles definitely played that one smart. He held on to the ball, waited for the Eastern Florida players that were on second and third to see if they were going to try to run, and held on to it till he needed to get rid of it and get the runner out at first.
He looked him back at third for sure. Just that one look over to let him know, like, I know you're over there. Don't try to sneak one by on me. Now Ruben Garcia batting. Garcia, 2 hits and a strikeout. He's also scored 2 runs, 0-2 now. Swing and a miss. Great pitch by Ryan Hansen. 3 straight strikes. Gets him out of the inning. 1 run comes home. It's now 9-3. We're going to the bottom half of the 6th. Central Florida due up with Harmon, Williamson, and Heyer. Henley Field 2016 FCSAA Tournament. Scott Jamieson along with Tyler Allen. We are going late into the night. Sarah Shira on the camera.
Center fielder, B.J. Harmon.
We are 6 minutes away from being 1 a.m. Tuesday morning.
1 hour into Tuesday. First pitch low. Well, Central Florida again back in that mode of trying to get base runners. 2-0 now. In Eastern Florida, you're up by 6. Got to throw strikes. Can't give many free base runners. Make them earn it. There's one.
Well, that's what Central Florida's sitting there looking for. They're looking for those free base runners. They're looking for something they can hit out into the gap. They can get some players on, get out there on the bases.
Fouled back, now 2-2. Obviously, if you're the Patriots, you've got to take what they give you. And if they're throwing a lot of strikes, and you're going to have to swing at it. You can't just go down looking. But you also want to be selective in not swinging at bad pitches. That was going to be a strike, so has to fight it off. Wasn't one that he wanted to try to drive anywhere, so defensively you fight that off, and now wait, and maybe you'll get your pitch right here. 2-2 count. B.J. Harmon at bat. Lays off. 3-2. Hit out to left. And the catch made. Out there by Lyle.
Next batter is the shortstop, number 12, N.J. Williamson.
Leadoff hitter N.J. Williamson will now bat. Williamson walked and scored back in the 5th. Struck out in the 1st, grounded out to short in the 2nd. There's the strike. Umpire showing us a little bit of a different strike call right there. He's been doing it right in front of him, and now he gives us one out to the side. It's getting late for him, too. He's trying to keep himself in it. Not a good job behind the plate. Umpires have barely noticed him this game. Down, ball 3. That one's in there for a strike to even the count at 3-2. One hit out. It's going to get down into the gap. It will roll all the way to the fence. It's going to be at least 2. Here comes the throw. Wow, they made that a lot closer than it should have been. N.J. Williamson with a triple. He goes in head first. But that relay, nicely done.
That was a really good throw by I believe it was the shortstop there who made that relay over to third. That was right on line where it needed to be.
Well, the center fielder hit the cutoff, and the cutoff.
Next batter for the Patriots is the third
Man, that was close. Williamson, good thing he's fast. And he went in as hard as he could. He did not slow down. If he would have, he'd have been thrown out. First pitch up. Runner at third, one out.
And maybe this is just what Central Florida needs to get going this inning. Maybe something like that will get them fired up, get some runs in.
Just takes a little spark. Both pitching staffs have worked behind in the count an awful lot tonight. It's not going to usually lead to much success. Luke Heyer batting, and now 3-0 for the big slugger from Central Florida. He's been on base twice. Couple walks, scored once. Pitch high, ball 4. Heyer had no intention of swinging at any of those. Now Casala will bat. And Casala has one thing on his mind probably right here. Because a home run now with a couple runners on base
number 4, John Casala.
Cuts the lead in half. Gets your team right back in it with still plenty of game left to play. Casala takes a strike. Pitch outside, 1-1. One out, runners at first and third. 9-3. Casala trying to change that. He hit a home run earlier in the game, a solo shot in the third. Left fielder playing very deep. Right fielder not so deep. Swing and a miss. That was an off-balance swing. One and two, throw over. Heyer leaning a little bit. We're here live at historic Henley Field in Lakeland, Florida. John Casala at bat. Runners at first and third. Time called. Swing and a miss. Pitch running away from him.
Next batter for the Patriots is the designated hitter, number 33, Levi Hollingsworth.
Levi Hollingsworth, the designated hitter, will bat. Hollingsworth 1 for 2 with a walk and a single. There's a base hit, and a run will come home. RBI for Hollingsworth. And Jay Williamson, who tripled, comes in to score, and now Will Reddick.
Brings up the catcher, number 17, Will Reddick.
Heyer at second, Hollingsworth at first.
Central Florida just needs a couple more of those base hits to be right back in it. They're not far.
Well, we saw what Eastern Florida did with 2 outs, 7 hits and a walk, all with 2 outs. Back in the 4th inning when they put 6 runs on the board, so
And
Why
went through
not
the
Central
entire
Florida?
lineup.
Yes, they did. They actually sent 11 batters to the plate that inning. So why not Central Florida if you're sitting over there in the Patriots dugout? You can do it too with 2 outs. Going in that go into the pond in front of the.
It went right into the little tiny pond right in front of Eastern Florida's dugout there. I think it splashed a couple of the players.
Did somebody go get it, or is it just still sitting out
I think
there?
it's right there in the middle.
Better go get that. Don't want anybody to step on it. That's about the only place that hasn't dried. Low point in the park. On the other side as well, same thing. In front of both dugouts. 1 and 2, 2 outs. Oh, it has been a marathon today. Hit to short on the hop, shovels it to second, and Hollingsworth forced out. So Central Florida gets 1 run back, but they will go into the top of the 7th, trailing 9-4 to Eastern Florida. We'll be back in the 7th with Velez, Rodriguez, and Navarro. Angel Velez will lead off. He's reached a couple times, actually been on base 3 times, reached on an error, a single, and a walk to first base. E3 is the official score. So he's reached now twice. Once on a drop fly ball on right. This time, missed grounder at first. So things just not going the way of the Central Florida Patriots this evening. Still some game left to play, but thus far not in their favor. Rodriguez hammers one foul.
And as we've talked about, is that Central Florida has definitely been one of the best teams in the, at least in the state, if not the country, the past third of the regular season here. So it can happen at any moment, but right now Eastern Florida is having their way.
Yeah, and Eastern Florida's taking advantage of mistakes, and that's what you have to do sometimes too to win. Now, they made their own luck in the 4th. They pounded out 7 hits, and they hit the ball hard. But they've also capitalized on some mistakes to score some runs, which is what has made their lead 9-4. That's a tailor-made double play ball. There's 1, there's 2. Smoothly turned by the Patriots infielders.
And that's what you really want to see if you're Central Florida, is kind of getting together between the team and making things happen. Definitely getting that double play, knocks out a couple outs at one time.
Yeah, and get your batters back up to bat, get back to the plate because you can't catch up playing defense. So faster you can get off the field and try to get a rally going. Hansen has gotten the pitch he needed there for the double play. Now he'll try to get this last batter of the inning. And there's another 2-out hit. That was Navarro singling his second hit. He was part of the contingency in the 4th inning that got hits.
Brings up the shortstop, number 17, Vincent Capra.
Vincent Capra will now bat. Capra 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Outside corner strike. Runner took off. That one hit foul down the right field line. All the way into the corner. Oh-2 pitch, 2 outs. Back to the pitcher, Hansen. Just gets him by about a half a step. Good hustle down the line by Capra, but Hansen gets out of the inning. And the College of Central Florida will come to bat in the bottom of the 7th with Connor Cryle, Holland, and Knowles. We'll be back.
Florida is the left fielder, number 22, Connor Cryle.
Back at Henley Field, historic Henley Field. Opened in 1925. Pretty cool venue here for the FCSA tournament. Pitch in there for a strike. To Connor Cryle. To Hopper to second. Maybe 3. And Cryle grounds out. That'll bring number 7, Evan Holland, to the plate.
Number 7, Evan Holland.
Up and in, ball 1. Holland is 0 for 2 with a walk. Oh, 2-0. Oh, Holland, you probably are taking a pitch or two here. And there on the inside corner for a strike. And there's still some fans here in the crowd braving this one. Some of you at home braving it as well, hanging in there for us. Appreciate you tuning in. Oh, it's not the crispest and cleanest broadcast you've probably ever heard. None of them probably are. But at 1:14 in the morning, trying to give you something. That pitch misses inside, ball 4. Ryan Knowles will now bat.
And I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is a third straight inning where Central Florida started off with a walk.
Well, they grounded out at first, but 4-3. Cryle did. But this is, let's see how many innings they've drawn a walk in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 4 straight innings they've drawn at least one walk, so they just haven't been able to fully take advantage of those walks. That is now 9 walks issued by Eastern Florida pitchers. 9. On the other side, Central Florida pitching just 2 walks, but 12 hits for Eastern Florida compared to just 6 for Central Florida. So when you get 9 walks, you've got to come through and knock them in. 1-2 pitch to Knowles. Breaking ball to third. Your baseman comes in on it. Knowles dives for the bag, but not in time. The throw was for the second out. Runner moves up to second. That's Evan Holland on second base, and B.J. Harmon will bat. 0 for 3. Strikeout, grounded into a double play, and a fly out to left. Breaking ball outside. Outside corner strike. 9-4 lead Eastern Florida. Loser will be eliminated from the tournament. The winner will move on to play St. Pete tomorrow. Really the only for sure game time, assuming it's not raining in the morning, is St. John's in Northwest Florida at 10.
All the games after that are kind of up in the air. Depends on how long the first game runs. Depends if it decides to rain early.
And you just never know, because today was 20 or 40% or something like that, and the skies absolutely opened up. It moved up to 80 right before it rained, like they knew, so they hedged their bet, bumped it up to 80, and then it poured.
Well, I think we checked this morning, and this morning it was 20%. We checked either late morning or early afternoon, it was 40. And then, obviously, 5, 6 o'clock or so, at 80%. And
when the skies opened. 2-2 pitch, down, 3-2. Base hit up the middle. Holland hustling around. He'll go in to score. Throw will come into second. And Jay Williamson now batting, shortstop.
Number 12, and
Tripled in the sixth. Williamson takes a sweeping breaking pitch in the outside corner for a strike. It is after 1 in the morning, 1:20. Swing and a miss. Pitch hit to short. Gloved and out at second base. Just got him. What a play by the shortstop in the hole. He took the short route to second. Head first slide just barely gets him. I'm taking a look at this one again. Good camera work by Sarah again to get that one. And the out at second. So 1 run home for Central Florida. They've scored in 3 straight innings, but it's been 2, 1, and 1. Not been able to get the big inning. The difference in the game is that 4th when Eastern Florida scored 6. We're going to the 8th. Eastern Florida coming to bat.
Leading off for Eastern Florida is the right fielder, number 11, Sammy Duran.
John Capra batting now for Eastern Florida. Capra hits another one to short. Williamson across for the out, so 2 straight to NJ Williamson. Duran and then Capra.
Brings up number 1, the catcher, Luis Hierro Ortiz.
We're on the top of the 8th of this elimination game. The score 9-5. Central Florida within striking distance. Eastern Florida can't be entirely comfortable right now, especially considering they've walked 9. Eventually, you'd think that Central Florida would take advantage. That one popped up. Luke Heyer calls it, takes it, 3 outs, quick inning. They'll get right back up to bat. We'll be back, too, with the bottom of the 8th. Central Florida coming up. Bottom 8, almost home. Well, Brad Paisley to take us into the bottom half of the 8th. Central Florida batting. Luke Heyer, number 2, at the plate. 2-3-4 due up for the Patriots.
Leading off for Central Florida is the third baseman.
He's walked 3 times
2,
and struck out looking.
Now Central Florida's got 2 more innings to try to get something together to prevent from being eliminated
6
here.
more outs.
And on the other side, Eastern Florida's got 6 more outs to keep in it.
The toughest outs to get for a defense. Those last 6, especially those last 3 sometimes they make it look easy, but they're difficult to get. Breaking pitch, smashed out into center field, base hit. Nice piece of hitting. Pulled his hands in and sent that one out into center field.
First baseman, number 4.
I'm not sure when Central Florida has been able to start the inning off with a base hit.
Well, let's look.
If they have. Past several innings, they've had a walk for their first batter.
That's the first one. Bugs flying in my face. Sorry.
The joy of being outside.
That's right.
Be with nature.
Yeah, that is the first. That's a great observation, Tyler. You should do this more often. That is the first inning they have started off with a hit. 8th inning. 8 hits total, 12 for Eastern Florida. Pitch low, 2-0. Pitching their first strike, now 2-1. Nobody out. Luke Heyer at first. He's not going anywhere. Not going to try to steal at this juncture. They will try to keep him close. But not going to try to take off, down by 4. Shouldn't, at least. I've made those declarations before and been completely wrong. That's all it takes, ball 4. 10th walk issued by Eastern Florida.
Well, there you go. You got 2 on now for Central Florida.
No
outs.
Hitter, number 33, Levi
See if they can try to capitalize it here on this inning.
Tying run on deck.
I don't know what the fans would do if we end up going into extra innings. Central Florida coming back, tying it up.
I know what I would do if we went into extra innings.
Be sitting
Some
right
more
here.
Red Bull. Probably would too, Sarah. I probably would too. Umpire out there making this a short mound visit. Trying to, I guess. I don't know. It is very quiet right now. And they're going to make a pitching change. So we'll take a break. We'll be back. New pitcher for Eastern Florida, number 23, Gabriel Rodriguez. he will face Levi Hollingsworth with 2 on and nobody out in the tying run. Reddick on deck. There's a strike, and that's what you're asking right now of your reliever, to come in and throw strikes. Eastern Florida pitchers, I'm going to recount these just to make sure. Yes, have walked 10 batters.
Well, Scott, as we saw during that break, we actually had the first baseman go over to the bullpens and warm up at the same time as our starting pitcher now.
Well, I don't know. I think that's Garcia still over on first.
Yes, he went back to first, but he went over to the bullpens, was warming up.
Did he really? Was throwing?
He was throwing at the same time, so I don't know
so I guess
if Eastern Florida is going to have him possibly come in as a closer if they need him. There's a few teams that have their fielders also.
Well, he's made two appearances, 3 innings, no hits, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks. So he hasn't pitched a lot, but it looks like he can get some guys out.
Well, he may be their late inning closer.
He may be in this situation, yeah. Zero smothers that one. It's now 3-2. And the walk count, I was off. It's actually 11.
11 walks now.
And they're still winning by 4. Unbelievable.
I don't think you see that very often. Any team that's got 11 walks in their favor, I think they're usually able to capitalize it at some point.
That one's right down the middle to Hollingsworth. He watches it go by, and it strikes out for the first out.
17, Will Reddick.
And now Will Reddick will bat. The tying run still on deck. Breaking ball. Slider. 0-1. Eastern Florida. Love to get a ground ball. Try to turn 2. Laid off the high heat. Swing and a miss by Reddick on that breaking ball. And the count 1-2 with an out. Runners at first and second. Hero smothers another one, but it could hear that didn't hit his pad. It hit him in the arm, throwing arm.
Yeah, you can see him not wanting to pick that ball up because
that hurts.
Wherever that hit him in the arm probably made his arm go numb.
Yeah, he's trying to get feeling back in that arm. Trainer will come out.
Kind of like getting hit in your funny bone. It's not funny, and it hurts.
Not at all. Well, catchers get beat up back there. I can't imagine he would come out unless it was broken. And even then, he'd probably tell him to tape it up and let him finish the game.
Well, I think as we saw here is that even the catcher here didn't actually rub that in.
Nope.
In baseball,
don't rub it.
All your teammates, your coaches tell you not to rub it. And he did not. He pointed it out to the trainer, showed him where he got hit.
And then let her rub the spot where the ball hit him. You're right. And he's a tough guy, and he was not coming out of the game. Zero chance that was going to happen. Pitch up, 3-2. That was out of the strike zone. Eastern Florida fans didn't like it, but that was not a strike.
That was way outside.
Despite it being 2 in the morning almost, the umpires kept a consistent strike zone. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Scott, I think we might actually see 2 o'clock here at the ballpark.
I think we are.
They're 20 minutes away. Still have one more out for Central Florida and
then a full inning to play.
Brings up the left fielder, number 22, Connor Crown.
Breaking ball up, out of the zone. That one ball as well. 2-0. A lot of 2-0 counts. Too many. And you can blame some of that out on. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume most of these guys are not used to playing at 1:45 in the morning. So it's a completely different atmosphere, probably contributing significantly to the amount of walks. But you know, a walk would bring the tying run to the plate.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm certainly not used to broadcasting at 1:45 in the morning.
Never done it. First for everything. Four straight balls and a walk, and now the tying run to the plate.
Central Florida now has the bases loaded here with 2 outs.
Pinch hitter coming up for Holland is Bradley Felkel. Felkel with 8 home runs, so that's why he's coming in. See if Coach Tam goes to a lefty if he has one, or if he's just going to leave pitcher in to face Felkel. Ball 1 in the dirt.
See with the outfield, it looks like all of them are playing deep.
Yeah, they don't want anything to get over their head. Want to keep the ball in front. (2-0) again. 2 outs. Three pitches, not one of them has been close. You have to throw strikes. Late in the game, when you have a lead, you have to throw strikes, whether it's 2 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning. (3-0) pitch. Bases loaded, walk. Now 9-6, tying run at first.
was also a wild pitch there, but unable to take any more from the wild pitch, being that it was already ball 4.
Pitching change. We'll be back. Ruben Garcia pitching, the first baseman. Who's on first over there, Tyler?
Who?
Oh, that old gag. People, I think we'd start turning off in droves if we started trying to do that.
Now at first base,
oh,
number
man.
2, A.J. Puigserver.
A.J. Puigserver.
And the pitcher's number 6, Ruben Garcia.
Is now at first, and Garcia is pitching. Bases are chucked.
Now batting number 35, Vincent Adana.
This is a pinch hitter for Knowles, Vincent Adana.
A lot of changes going on here.
Well, both coaches coaching to win this thing. Here we go. 2-0. That's a common theme here. There's a strike, 2-1, 2 outs. Central Florida trying to get a 2-out rally going. Pitch up high now, 3-1.
Right now, the tying run is on first base.
Yep, something in the gap. Ball game's tied. Strike from Garcia. Casala is at third. Cryle at second. And the pinch hitter, Felkel, is at first. Three-two. 2 outs. Runners are on the move. Swing and a miss. Adana strikes out. And Garcia comes in and gets the out for Eastern Florida. We're going to the 9th. Eastern Florida coming up to bat. They'll try to pad their lead with Lyle, Garcia, and Velez. First pitch hit well out to right, gone off the batting cages out there, and this is back to a 4-run game. That one was crushed. I mean, that one was absolutely a blast. That was a pinch hit. That was a pinch hit home run.
Number 6, Ruben Garcia.
I think where that ball went out was probably close to 350 feet, and it soared over the wall.
Was that 19 or was that 13? I couldn't see the number. Was that? I guess that was Lyle. I don't know. I think it was Lyle. Well, it was a home run, and it was an absolute bomb. If it was Lyle and not a pinch hitter, I can't imagine it was. He had 3 hits today. That was his 4th, and he scored 3 times. Probably the offensive player of the game. There's been a lot of them for Eastern Florida, who leads now 10-6. Pitcher Ruben Garcia is now batting. Velez on deck. Garcia. First baseman takes it.
Brings up the first baseman, number 2, A.J. Quicksilver.
A.J. Puigserver is now the DH in for Velez. He's playing first base, but he took the spot in the lineup of the DH, Velez. Two and 0. Strike one now, 2-1 to Puigserver. Central Florida needs to get out of this and leave it at 4, give themselves a shot. Anything more than that's going to be very tough. 4 is going to be tough as it is. Ruben Garcia will be back out there on the hill, I would imagine. Only thrown 3 1/3 innings all season. Puigserver to short. Shortstop across for the out.
Central Florida is 1 out away from having their turn at bat to get themselves back in here.
Yeah, they got 3 outs to do it. Eastern Florida, 1 out remaining to try to add to their lead. Lead 10-6, out hit the Patriots 13-8. Bowd now 0-2. Bowd towards the Central Florida dugout. Count stays 0-2. Imagine people driving by the stadium right now are wondering why the lights are on. What could possibly be going on at 2 a.m.? Unbooted by the shortstop. E6. So Rodriguez reaches, and now Navarro.
Yeah, now I don't know if that ball happened to take just a funny hop on him, or if he looked up, getting ready to throw the ball and looked away too quickly, or a little bit of both. But
yeah, it looked like thought it was just going to be a very easy play, a little nonchalant, and just kind of, I think it jumped up on him. You're right. Didn't stay down. Pitch in there for a strike. Now 1-1. Popped up. Shortstop calls everybody off and takes it to the end of the inning. Central Florida trails by 4. They'll need 4 if they want to keep the game going. 5 would win it. We'll be back with the bottom of the 9th. It's 2 a.m. here in Lakeland. Don't go anywhere. You've stuck it out this long. You may as well stay for the final 3 outs. If they are the final 3 outs. We'll be back. No, we've made it to the bottom of the 9th. We've been here since 9:59. Well, we've been here since way before that, but 9:59 this morning was first pitch of the first game. Tyler, do the math on that real quick. I don't feel like doing that. 9:59 this morning to 2 a.m., so 10-2. 16 hours? I think that's 16.
16 hours.
16 hours. And we were all here about 2.5 hours before that. So 18 hours here at the ballpark.
Yeah, that's a long time here one day.
That is.
Henley Field.
Thought our 15 yesterday was a good number, but 18, I don't know that we'll be able to outdo that one.
Oh, don't start.
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize to both you and Sarah for the 20-hour day we're probably going to have to put in tomorrow.
With already having probably 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
Got to throw strikes. 4-run lead, bottom of the 9th. Ruben Garcia. He's only thrown 3 1/3 innings all season. Throw it in there. That's the ticket right there. Now 3-2. And now Harmon going to have a good eye, because they do need base runners. Central Florida, if they want to come back, can't get it all in one swing. So Harmon swings and misses on the heat. And Garcia is bringing heat.
That's 1 out down and 2 more to go for Eastern Florida here to close it out and keep on going and send Central Florida home.
Yep, and the winner of this game right now as it stands would be Eastern Florida. And they would move on to face St. Pete tomorrow at 1 p.m. So they have to be back here. They're going to want to hurry, try to get some sort of sleep.
They'll be playing again in 11 hours.
Assuming that first game goes, it's about what St. John's and about what Northwest Florida was on. Their game finished up late after that rain delay, and they were on less than 12 hours before they played again. Off the end of the bat, first base, over to Garcia, who plays first base, so he knows how to cover over there. 2 down. Central Florida down to Luke Heyer, and their last out potentially of the season.
Brings up the third baseman, number 2, Luke Heyer.
Heyer takes strike 1, and Garcia now just letting it rip. That's what you do, especially with 2 outs, 4-run lead. Just reach back, throw them in there. Or you just spin a breaking ball that starts out at the batter's head and then goes across the plate. Nasty from Garcia. 0-2, 2 outs.
That was a very dirty pitch.
Yes, it was. For a guy who's thrown 3 2/3, 4 innings now on the season. You have to give up a hit. Swing and a miss. Eastern Florida wins it. Central Florida has been eliminated from the tournament. And Eastern Florida will move on at 1 o'clock tomorrow to play St. Pete. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate you. I'm going to move so Sarah can go home and go to sleep. We'll be right behind her shortly, heading to our hotel to try to get some sleep as well. We'll see y'all tomorrow, 10 a.m., Northwest Florida and St. John's.
Good night.